Okay, welcome everybody. This session is called From Classic to Blocks in 90 Days. Our speakers are Daniel and Tom from the University of Maine system. And they said it's important to say system because they represent the whole state of Maine, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see, remember the code of conduct on the website. Feel free to look that over again. We will have time for questions 5 to 10 minutes before 2:45, 2:15, 45-minute session. So make sure you have questions. And if you have a question at the end, please come up and speak into the mic so our online people can hear you. And then remember the feedback forms on the website after we get done. Take it away.
Right. All right, thank you, Russ. As you said, this is From Classic to Blocks in 90 Days, question mark, because that's one of the many questions we're trying to answer here. I don't want to spoil anything. If the answer was no, we might have called it Classic to Blocks in 97 days, but we'll come back to that. All right, we are from the beautiful state of Maine. Well, actually, I should say we are representing the beautiful state of Maine. Daniel actually lives in Michigan, but as you can tell by the lighthouse, and if you look down here in the lower left, there's lobsters in there and possibly a moose hiding up in the other corner. And this is what I'm going to do is, oops, whoa, not that button. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting used to where the notes are. So we're going to explain our journey from Classic to Gutenberg on our, as you can see, we have several campuses that we work with. And so I'm going to start out by giving some quick background information on the people who are involved in our world and how the websites are set up. And then Daniel's going to get into the details, the meaty stuff of how we approached Gutenberg and made this all happen. And I want to say, what we're doing is we're sharing our journey. We're not experts. We had some things that worked really well for us. And things, of course, as it could be a recurring theme, things change. You keep hearing Gutenberg phase 3, things will change. We discovered a lot of things are going to change yesterday in a workshop. So some of this may become quickly irrelevant in the summer. And we are on, for context, we're on WordPress 5.9, so we haven't even gotten into some of the 6 stuff. So, but we're sure we had, and we're interested in any feedback that folks have that would help us with what we're doing as well. So, so moving along, the cast of characters. We have 2 main sides in our organization on the web front. There's system-wide IT. And so this is Daniel and I work for a team called Web Technologies, which is part of IT. And we are a shared service across the state for all of our campuses. This happened about 10 or 11 years ago in the interest of, finding efficiencies, saving money and so forth. They consolidated all of our IT instead of being campus specific. It was reorganized as statewide by teams. So I went from a VMware network / web person to just a web person, which was kind of cool. So we're the Web Technologies team. We basically manage the technical end of the websites, manage WordPress and, do releases and build the new sites, to do CSS and template work, things like that. And we have another team that's going to come up in the story, and that is our web development team, and they do some more of our custom programming in WordPress and other things. So on the other end, we have what we variously call things like the business end or marketing. Usually it's a marketing department, and those are still campus specific. So we are balancing the needs of and the requests from many different campuses with our team. And we work on the IT side, we work with 1 or 2 or occasionally a third person on the business end who is responsible for their entire campus website. We don't work with the individual content editors or departments. We just work with we have points of contact, and they work with those people. So I think that is helpful context as we go forward. So, okay, so that's the people side. The technical side, we support 8 primary multi-site WordPress sites for 6 of our 7 campuses in the university system. And we have a law school and a system office. So those are the 8 that we support. And at any given time, we're usually involved in at least 1 or 2 major redesigns or upgrades of these sites. So it's a constant cycle. Of course, you get one done, and then you're building the next 2. So like I said, there are 8. I didn't know the best phrase to put here. Even Dan was even wondering what I meant by like branded subsites. But just to clarify, there is a look that the subsites across these multi-sites, they use the same theme, they use the same CSS. They are usually have the same header and footer, can get rid of them in a sort of full screen template if you want. But they're meant to look unified. It's the campus look. We have these 8 different campus looks. So they're all using a shared theme. They're all using a shared child theme with just a different skin that we've written in. We can just flip to make it look like this campus or that campus. And they range quite a bit, as our campuses do, from small to relatively large. I think we're smaller than in some states, but so the range we have is in the subsite world from about 15 to 600 subsites. Smallest is 2 to, and the biggest might be 1,000. We don't know. There's a lot of users in there. We don't know who's active for sure. And it's not on the slide, but another helpful piece of context, I think, is there's also a range, not just of the size of these staffs, but of their technical ability, technical enthusiasm, and how much, staff time they can have there. Like the smaller campuses, it'll be someone who, has web skills, but also is managing other parts of IT or marketing for them. So, so just a small part of a smaller part of their job, a subset. All right, and over the years, what we did is so they used to all be separate instances of WordPress with the same theme, but different instances of it. You'd end up diverging and having, well, this feature's like this on this site and like this on that site. Over a variety of years, we managed to get them all into a shared code base, one Git repo for the themes and MU plugins. We lump in those together. Another repo for plugins. Everyone's on the same plugin repo. A campus may activate, a different subset, 40 to 50 plugins perhaps. And for blocks, I have to take a drink, sorry. It's going to get good. Hang on. All right. For blocks, we'll talk more about how we did this and why. But we tried to limit to mostly WordPress core blocks and those little, stragglers that a plugin will put in, like we use formidable forms and they put in some blocks. And we limited it to just one block suite, and that is we do Cadence Blocks Pro because, well, our theme is also by Cadence. It's Cadence Virtue, and Cadence Blocks Pro works without it, but it works awfully well with it. So that we've tried to limit to just that. And I have an asterisk there because I wanted to have it that way for the narrative. It's a good story and everyone's coming together. We actually have another theme repo and another plugin repo, which we're in the process over several years of merging those. So full disclosure, but yeah. And so basically that's where we were many years, for a few years of getting those all moved together. Everything's going along wonderfully smoothly. And then
Thanks, Tom, for that background. I'd like to read for you a potential alt text for this slide image. A black and white image with a woman sitting on the edge of a wall with clock faces and dark clouds hanging overhead and behind her. She's looking down and appears exhausted from the pressures of time and various obligations. It could be that she is asked to accomplish more in a week than she is able in the time provided. Sound familiar? Our website admins and owners are under similar stressful workloads. A change we may see as necessary, unavoidable, and fairly minor could be immense to them. We see it as our responsibility to help make this transition to block editing as smooth as possible for them. Today, we'd like to share with you some key factors we believe led to the successful retirement of the classic editor across our University of Maine websites. How big is this change? We were asked that question, and it is a big change. The comments you see here on the bottom, they're real. They come directly from our website leads. Anyone who's contemplated this change or worked through it can recognize how shocking, yet how cool this shift away from old reliable might be. Let's juxtapose the two environments. From short code cheat sheets to classic formatting options, and classic formatting options to blocks and settings galore. On the video side, the video half, on the left, I'm going to go ahead and play it for you. On the left side, you'll see that this is a real site's block inserter with 2 block suites activated and some third-party plugins active. That's not even one of the longer lists of settings on the right here. I'm going to play it as well for you. This is just the accordion block settings. I believe this is the Cadence accordion block settings. And it's certainly not one of the longer list of settings if you expose them all and open them all up. So this leap to blocks and their options that our editors would face drove a lot of the decisions we made on this journey. Any gardeners in the audience? Well, there are many types of gardening strategies. Many are planned out carefully with companion plants near one another, plenty of breathing space among the various plots with taller plants placed strategically near less sun-tolerant plants. But every garden, as every gardener, is different. Personally, I'm a bit of a chaos gardener, throwing down seeds liberally and see what happens. When we architected our community shared editor canvas, though, we had to take into consideration the different approaches of each campus web to make the transition successful. It was decision time. We started asking ourselves, what can we hide? Which blocks are the most useful? Which patterns are useful? Can we make our own patterns? How can we reduce the editor's need to manipulate these block settings? Let's examine some of these quandaries one at a time. We'll start with the design libraries. On the left side, you see some code there. You could actually copy and paste this code into the code snippets plugin. Anyone use code snippets? All right. Yeah, we love it. You know, this is just a hide snippet, CSS hide, but this is hiding two design libraries from Cadence and Stackable, which one of our sites at Orono is using both of these libraries at this time. So this code is in place and it's effectively hiding them from all their users right now. We normally use MU plugins, though, to hide a lot of stuff. And you can come up with some pretty thorough hides when you use the MU plugins path for that. Next, we got out the microscopes and fine-tooth combs and started to analyze the core and vendor blocks that we were considering for placement in the block inserter. We review them carefully for usability, for accessibility, and other criteria you see here. It was easy to eliminate a lot of the blocks and identify the necessary and desirable blocks that our web teams might enjoy. We've shared a copy of our analysis. The link at the bottom will lead to a spreadsheet that you can peruse. You'll see some of the notes we made and how we started forming decisions about which blocks may be exposed or hidden. There are several tabs in the spreadsheet. One is much more recent, from April of this year. So you can check those out, and maybe this could be a tool that could be useful for you as well. You might ask back here, why did we hide the design libraries? Well, inevitably, none of the designs matched any of the campus color schemes. They didn't match anything really in any of our campuses. There are usability problems with some of them. Some of the designs have blocks inside of them that we did not want to support, such as a form. We support formidable forms in our case. So many reasons contributed to why we hid those items. Okay, so we're multi-site all the way. We did not want to manage blocks on a per site basis. And we couldn't find a plugin that could allow us to hide blocks, patterns, design libraries, and other UI items at the multi-site network admin level. So we endeavored to create our own solutions. We had a lot of experience hiding things through MU plugins, but some of the requirements we had prevented us from hard coding restrictions that would affect every campus equally. The ability to adjust visible blocks without waiting for a code release was an important piece. Allowing per campus decision-making was also contributing to our decision and the rationale for creating our own custom solutions to manage block visibility. When you see dynamic up there, what we did is we made a plugin you'll see soon. And by dynamic, we wanted to be able to make a change and expose a block on a dime and have it be live right away. And so to do that, we were able to store these informational bits into our database. And we were able to expose blocks anytime a campus would ask for it. So enter the UMS Block Manager plugin, which we have a link to on our final slide for you to download and experiment with it if you like. It certainly is working for us right now. In one interface, we can manage which blocks are available across every subsite in the entire network, in the entire multi-site installation. We do have toggles that enable you to globally make the block available across every subsite. We also, you see in the second screenshot down here that the campus can make a list of subsites where they might want to have extra blocks enabled. For example, sites where the marketing department is very active, or you have highly skilled editors and managers of that site, and they need extra blocks to get their jobs done in there. But all the other sites, you could have fewer blocks available to those sites. And yeah, as we work through these projects together, by the end of all the training and all the engagements, we let them decide which blocks would be available, as long as we knew that they didn't have accessibility problems, usability issues, and so forth. Which if you go back to the spreadsheet, you'll see a lot of our information there. That brings us to patterns. We have to credit one of our colleagues, Brandy Miller. She knew early on that per campus custom patterns would be necessary for this transition to block editing. Editors would need these patterns or designs that are already styled to the campus colors, the branding elements, and their style scheme that are already in place in order for these campus colors and elements to ease the training burden as well, and to provide consistent presentations across many sites and editors. Enter our UMS Block Patterns Manager. We offer some of the key strengths here in the slide of the Patterns Manager. Our editors long had short-coded tabs, accordion layouts, tables, buttons, and other features, and we needed replacements for those. Further, having campus-style components ready for editing eases the campus training burden and provides that consistency they were looking for across styled components across many sites and editors. This is a screenshot of the interface. It looks quite simple. We're also giving this one away to you today, this plugin. In one simple screen, we can remove all the block patterns that are in core. So one checkbox removed every stock pattern. We have some code also we're sharing later. We hid the reusable blocks. We didn't want them available. And then we activate a campus's pattern set here with a checkbox as well. So each campus has their own patterns, and they are exposed right here by this checkbox and are available to every site that that campus manages. Patterns are fairly easy to put into code once you've perfected a composition of blocks and appropriate settings. I have the anatomy up here. The way we set it up and our dev team put it together is we do have to provide a title, a description, the block code itself, and we allowed the campuses to also create their own categories. So there's a pull down list of categories in the patterns manager. And I have a couple of screenshots here. You can see the one campus has buttons, accordions and tables together, call out blocks, which was a phrase that worked for them. Lists, admin only, was a sort of a trick to keep other people out of that category. Not sure if it works, but we haven't heard any complaints about that yet. And you see some of the other categories and how the patterns show up in the interface, just like all those core stock patterns do. We allow them to add keywords as well, which helps in searching or finding that pattern quickly to the editors and admins. Threw up a few screenshots of some of the patterns. They were all tailored to the campus needs. We worked together on them. They made some of them. We made them together. I made some for them. So a smattering of some examples there on the left and some links that you can go check out on our live sites that are out there right now today, live in production. Some of you may know what happens when a child is given a pack of magic markers or a new painting kit for young artists. Can you keep this from getting out of control? Are you prepared to repaint the house walls? We took some control over the color picker. This customization puts the campus style sheet colors into convenient color chips for admins and also increases the likelihood that an experimenting editor will stay within the university color palette if and when making color selections. Our colleague Eric put together the spreadsheet that is linked here to gather and confirm each color palette with campus marketing team leads. Maybe a similar tool could help you work with your campuses and nail down the names of the colors and the exact shades and the hex codes and whatnot. And we bake them right into the interface. And this is being very appreciated right now. Playgrounds, they're a safe place for children to explore their strengths and coordination, to stretch their muscles and move in new ways. They can exercise without breaking the furniture at home too. We have a script that enables us to very quickly stand up a clone WordPress environment of any of our sites. So for each transitioning campus, we would set up a staging environment with their recent content mirrored. Gutenberg is active and Classic is off. And this enabled us to spend several months delving into how block editing will be managed and leveraged at each campus without affecting their production still Classic environments. This was a very appreciated part of the process. People voiced this to us. So if it's possible for you to create a staging environment, which we utilize for as much as 2 to 3 months, and getting them prepped up and enabling all these experiments to go on while they were continuing to keep their regular live sites up and running as they normally do. We practice convert to blocks a lot, We would find conflicts occasionally between the campus style sheet and the new blocks that were active and being placed onto the pages. So highly recommend this if you can do it. Tom mentioned that it's not necessarily part of our team's practice to train people, but we felt it was crucial to engage each of our site owners personally throughout these transition projects. We held an initial meeting, sort of a kickoff meeting with each campus owner or small team, and we outlined what would be needed from their side, established a start date and an approximate time frame for the project, and we started meeting. I mean, each one was different. I had no plan or pre-programmed training plan or planned out, modules or video training that would be, used the same on each campus. We tailored these to each campus as we went along. So I just would take them as they came. I mean, we started with simple things, day one would be understanding the environment, setting it up for yourself, adding paragraph, seeing what converts, understanding your preferences you have, all those sorts of things. And then we would slowly work each meeting toward more complex blocks and more complex scenarios, like creating patterns together. It really varied. We had some campuses, as Tom said, with a lot more skill than others. And we might have only met 6 or 7, 8 times. And with a couple of campuses, we met with them 12, 14, 15 times. We tried to keep them brief. We tried to keep them only once a week, an hour and a half a piece. In a couple of cases, they asked for more as they got revved up and started to get excited, started to shift from how will I survive to how might I thrive in this environment. So a couple of tips up there. This last bullet, though, is kind of an important one because a lot of the focus was on how will we help them survive. But if you started to see opportunities where the blocks or a pattern might help them and make their lives better, or editing and creating content faster, we went ahead and showed them how that could be done. And they would start to get more excited. So this all led up to a cutover day. In one campus case, we did a content freeze and did a lot of the work over in the test environment. We sort of, pushed everything back, the content. We pulled it all back to the test environment. We moved that campus to SEO Press. That was also wrapped into this project of switching to blocks. So for that reason, they wanted to go ahead and get everything right in the staging test environment before we pushed it to production. But all the other campuses did it in the live production environment. We just picked the date when it would happen. We spent a half a day being available to them. We went in and made all the changes we need to turn Classic off and activate all the blocks that were needed, set up the patterns manager for them. And it was important that these cutover days would happen after a release date. We do 4 releases a year. So we had to strategically time these so cutover day would happen after a code release so that their patterns would be available to them. The campus had to get the messaging out to everyone that this was happening and plan out their training, how they would handle all that. We had a campus who shut off all of the editors. They disabled them, which through their communications, they mailed out and said, if you want to get back in, you're going to have to meet up and go through some training. Not everyone did it that way, though. So, yeah, this is how it went. Turn it back to Tom here, and he can testify whether or not we actually did it in 90 days or not.
You may have already seen, but I wanted to highlight the first part of our strategy here. Worked well for us. I don't really remember when Gutenberg came out. All I know is we just did stop. No, don't talk about it. Yeah, really, that's pretty true. yeah, what happened that made us sort of get out of that early stage? We had a really large project that we had to do. We had one campus. Most of our campuses were already in WordPress in one form or another, so we had to get them into our system. It was work, but it wasn't as much as we had. One of our larger campuses was in Drupal. Pressure was certainly on. Hey, everyone else is in WordPress, so they had to go into WordPress. So we built that site from scratch, and they have a lot of subsites, a lot of editors, and just a sort of different history than some of the other campuses where we really, we did a lot of work to set up those patterns to help them through that. And as you can see, it spreads over. Well, this part of it over 2 years. I mean, 1 year of kind of talking about it, 1 year of actually doing it. And this is where we. Around November of, where am I in the 2021, earlier 22 is where we worked out these plugins in sort of a beta stage, and we finally launched them last fall. But once we had those processes down, we immediately started the other campuses. And it was funny, I was making this timeline where we're going to make sure it looks like we got these things in 90 days, at least some of them. And when I realized actually some of these happened in 60 days, and there was an element of, just waiting for when we could schedule the meetings with the campus and stuff. So once we had the process down, it actually went pretty well. I've seen anything else that I wanted to say in my notes. Yeah, and so we're not, and I guess one other thing I'd point out is we're not quite done. We still have a couple of folks we're working through. Like I alluded to, we have one, this other repo for theme and plugins, which is so a different kind of history there. So we're moving, but still much better based on the work that we did with those other ones. That's our largest campus. So it was in some ways the most difficult, but we had these processes pretty well worked out. Whoa, and that's it. Yeah, that's where everyone looks excited. And is there? Yes, well, and there's this, yes, as well. But that was my big dramatic applause slide. So we want to thank, and particularly, Dan mentioned Brandy, also Phil Hilton is another guy that's on that team. And we had another person who, actually the person who built the block manager, Calvin, he has since left our organization, but they were instrumental. We had these ideas hey, this would be really cool. And they built them. So that was good. And I also wanted to say, yeah, as we said, we have on the next slide, we have links to you can download these, but I want to highlight the word that Dan said, if you want to experiment with them, do not consider these stable plugins. They work for us. They worked in our first setup. I guess it's gone pretty well in our second pile of theme and plugins. Who knows? And I was thinking about it as I'm looking at the screenshot. There may be things in there. I don't know what's hard coded as far as main things. We have our list of campuses. I think that based on the data that's in there, maybe it displays those, but
I can speak to that. So the code we're giving you, I generified it. So they're called pattern sets in the code. So you can just call them anything you want. We just call the pattern sets. They're just folders in the repo. And we just call them UMF, UM for the campuses. You could call them anything you wanted. So you could create sets of patterns that you could just activate based on those names that you create for the pattern.
So there are the links, and yeah, just not to be a downer, but we can't really answer questions about it because we don't. Well, for one thing, Dan and I didn't write it, so it's easy for us to come up here and say, hey, we got these great tools here, you can have them. I mean, Phil and Brandy and Calvin did that work. But so we're, as is, where is, if you want to take a look at them. And I will say again, as we discovered, particularly yesterday, some things that are coming in WordPress 6.3 or make some of this look, I don't know, re-examine how we're doing things, I think, when we get there.
I can say that the block manager is working in 6. The patterns manager is working in 6. So the outlook is positive so far. After seeing Nick's session yesterday, the workshop, it was, pretty wild to see all the things that are coming. And you can see what we did to try to get there at 5.9 to accomplish similar things that are getting easier.
Yeah.
We do have a few different things up here. So you saw the design library code hiding is there. Also the reusable block that's leading to an article that's very good. We actually just put those right outside. It works great. We hide a bunch of things. And I gave a sample pattern text file. You could just turn it into a PHP file and drop it into your pattern sets, and it'll make it simple. Maybe it was a paragraph. I changed it to a paragraph so that everybody would have something work. We would really like to hear your question that you might have.
If you have a question, go ahead and come up here. I had a quick one. These block managers, are they user defined also? Whether you're a administrator versus a editor versus a subscriber?
They are not. They're
Okay.
wholesale.
Okay.
Every user, no matter of their role,
Okay.
would not have them available.
And Nick, I wondered, could you speak? I don't have other questions, but is some of this going to be solved with the new release, or where's the cross pollination coming from here?
I think the use of like a button plugin or an extra plugin.
Can you come up here and, yeah,
I think the approach here is great. I haven't seen the code, but I imagine a lot of what you guys are doing is how it should be done. Well, not should, that's the wrong word. I mean, there may be ways now to do it maybe even easier, especially with relation to user roles. But I imagine that the filters and the functionality that's being used here, you just needed it globally. But I imagine that there might be a way to do it by user role. Again, I haven't looked at the code. A lot of what I showed in the workshop yesterday was controlling settings on blocks, not necessarily the block availability. That is something that we're working on an article about, of all the different ways you can disable blocks in WordPress. And I'm very interested in looking at what you guys have here, the code for how you did it. Because one of the challenging things about disabling blocks is sometimes blocks are registered on the server, sometimes they're registered in the client. Managing that is a little challenging, so I'm actually really interested in seeing how this was done. But to answer your question, I'm not sure, but I think that there might be ways in the future, because one of the things in the phase 3 is a block library and block management basically making, I'm sure there was a lot of trial and error to get this working, try to make a more uniform way of allowing you to do that without maybe jumping through as many hoops as is required for this. That's not done, but that's kind of on the horizon. So this looks great. That's actually really reassuring. Thanks, because we saw your presentation yesterday. I'm like, whoa, they did all this stuff's coming into core.
This is the interface for the block manager. You're not on like. I'm sorry, you're not on the mic. So this is the interface for our block manager. It's a little clunky. We know there are a lot of improvements we'd like to see to this, but it really works great, and it does do every block in every site in one place. Yes, it might take us an hour and a half to get it all right on the first go. But then as we're working with the campus and we tell them about a new block that's available or a block that we think they should maybe consider turning on, show them it, and they say, yeah, turn it on for us. We go in here to that campus's installation, click enable, and boom, it's available in every site that minute. So that's what I meant by dynamic and not having to wait for a code release for that. Could we jump over to, oh, there's our insert.
Yeah, see, so it's really lean.
So
This
there's
is
our
all of
inserter.
for this
is
campus.
For one of our larger campuses. They didn't want to have all those blocks. Now we have another campus that probably will want to have lots of blocks available. And that's fine too. And by saving these into the database, we're able to keep that different from installation to installation.
Well, there's that. This is the block manager, and then the other one is the pattern manager.
Other questions?
There are actually two questions from the remote viewers. One I think should be quick. They wanted to know where you host, who's underneath all of this.
Oh, well, I should mention there's a third team involved. We do have a sysadmin team, and they do a good job hosting us. We have a multi-node WordPress cluster.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where we are right now.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
it's hosting on premises then
Yep.
for you all?
yeah,
Cool.
we have a statewide data center for all of the campuses are in one campus data center.
The other question is, Did you convert your existing pages to blocks? For example, complex layouts using columns, buttons, and other interactive elements in existing page content. Did you convert them, or I assume the other option would be pages being fully recreated from scratch using blocks instead of a conversion?
Yeah, that's a content problem. Yeah, it's not us. No, but that is the distinction in our organization. We don't do much with content. We did help them, and we certainly guided them. If Dan wants to speak to that, you can't see Dan; he's off. If you're looking from home, he's over on the other mic. But
Yeah, we help them. We help them a lot. So again, back to the survive versus thrive. So we spent a lot of time on survive, like how will you survive when we flip that switch in production, right? So we practiced convert to blocks a lot. We started identifying what converts automatically and quickly and perfectly. So of course, paragraphs, headings were converting really well for us, images. And so we would outline, okay, here, this relieves a lot of stress right away. These things convert well. And then we started making patterns for the things that were short coded in the past. So right away, we knew, because the short codes were there everywhere, the buttons were everywhere. And so we made a pattern for the button and showed them how quickly they can drop the button, change the text and change the link and you're done. And so we really built out those survival strategies for the first several weeks, if not first month or two, right? And then they started getting more and more comfortable as time went on, and they started co-creating the patterns with us, or even on their own. Is Brandy here? She's in the other room. She can't testify. But you know, she started making her own patterns because she started to thrive. I hope that answers the question.
well, and I think part of the question was also about existing pages and so forth. So where we leave them, we get all this stuff set up. We make sure they know what they're doing. We help them through some of the conversions, and they still have to hit convert to blocks. You know, but still the things that are that were short codes converted to short code blocks, so they still display fine. So they're not like, they don't have to do that all in one day. We should give them a deadline before something stops working long term. But so they are going through and hitting convert to blocks and maybe doing some manual work to make those things work if they have to, like changing it into it like from an accordion short code to an accordion block or something.
I've got two questions. First one, when you were talking about convert to blocks, can that be done by section, or does it have to be done page by page, or do you have to get even more granular and do each element at a time?
It's page by page.
It has to be. Wow. Painstaking.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if it's any consolation, that campuses ask that too.
So follow up to that, and this is one of the things that makes me hesitant, is how much of the formatting gets lost?
That's a great question. I would say not much. Not much. Overall, we've got this through hundreds and hundreds of pages now.
You're not losing text links and new paragraphs and so forth. Okay. All right, that's good.
Some things have to be worked, like poorly made tables with short
Yeah.
code. Those sometimes break.
And little things like you have an image with an alt tag. Does the alt tag carry over? As long as it's in the media library, it comes over the same. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think actually one thing that we told campuses related to your first question, even if there were a way to do it, like it would be unfortunate if you missed something, like you do a bulk conversion and then find out something doesn't work. Like they can do them one at a time at their own pace, sort of, and not. Yeah. Oh, sure.
Now you talked about like a staging environment, like while you're getting the hang of this. Do you have to wait until the entire thing is done before you flip the switch, or can you have it sort of half and half and keep it live?
That's a great question. That's an excellent question. So no, we didn't have to wait and do them all at once. In this staging environment, nothing they did there went back to production. Nothing. Sound like a waste of time? Wasn't. They were all grateful for that time. It prepared them to do the switch in production. And as Tom said, they can do it at their leisure in a way. Maybe that's not the right word, leisure. But, you know, they go in to edit the next page, convert to blocks and fix it if it has any problems. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, person we've never met before and was not planted in the audience.
Yeah, so not a question, but I'm work with these folks and we're the 600 multi-site place. So to answer your question on converting, the worst case scenario I found with the University Main System website that we help manage was some places it went to a code view in the editor, and those would be manually updated, but it didn't affect the public view of the page. It just, in the editor, it looked like code instead of whatever fancy thing you were doing. You just had to go to that section of the page and fix that. So that was very workable. And then the other question about all or nothing, for our 600 multi-site network, we actually manually enabled the classic editor individually on every site instead of network activating it. That was a switch we made with CLI. And now we are individually deactivating the classic editor as we bring sites over to Gutenberg. So it's going to be a migration process for the giant multi-site network. We're not doing it all at once. We're going to be doing it incrementally, which, yeah, so.
Yeah, and where it says it came over as code, they were short code based accordions and they translated as short codes. So I mean, you could even go in and edit that short code if you knew all the different flags and stuff. There was a GUI before. So people mostly would choose to change those to blocks. All right, thank you, everybody. It was really interesting to see how you guys did that. Yeah. What is this? Oh, yeah, sure. So. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't, and it wasn't business, it was thoughts, scams. Like,
Oh, okay.
that's-
Oh,
I mean, I got because I played the game. I went,
one of the things that, you know, like, finding ways to make ads. Do you use like anything that gives you right? Yeah, but like come up with all kinds of ways to like make it hacker or whatever. Yeah. I'm just reading. So, yeah.
that's, yeah. I don't know if it'll ever be like that again, but it would be kind of fun at some point. Because now it's like, you know, GeoCities, like Facebook pages for GeoCity, just like, oh, just having people.
Oh, I wish I could have been.
Their states.
Yeah.
They, you know, you go on the very thing. I don't know, to me, it's like kind of depressing, it's like, where it's just so, like, I of course, it takes a week of work of like setting the director and stuff, but like, yeah, like, now everything's like one, I don't know what you call it, but like, everything's kind of like consolidated. You want to have programming questions that there used to be like then when it's out there. Like, kind of, and even now, because that's a big place, like kind of like the like, and now we have this one thing, they decide that. Decide that, just like Twitter, the reason like, but like, we all had our own website. Don't, people are too lazy to go to the blog. I think that's the thing. They want to go there, one place.
Yeah.
They don't want to go there. The phone call them out. But then there's ways to do
I
it.
think are like. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty.
Useful, but it doesn't get used the same way, like, you know, people, I don't think it's them, but right, like, people don't subscribe for like. Feeds the same way that people like.
A green button means it's good to go.
Yes, I found myself. Like, I just.
No, it's.
Yeah, like, now I'm like, I'm trying to be very like deliberate about it, like go there. But the thing is, even if I type something up, I know kind of have an idea what I'm looking for sometimes, like, I need the video, like, it's like I only have a passive motivation, so like, I need something else to like give me the right thing, basically. So, you know, then you end up eventually it's like, oh, you did so a really good job at that, and then eventually I still need to type anything, and I just start to like, wait, no, that's not good. So, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the other one too.
Yeah.
This is the full site editor's one of them, right? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll run the back now. Yeah, we'll go out. I'll go back up. I'm not late. Yeah, we're gonna start with 7. So we're gonna go. Right down my head. Once. It's been.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent, excellent. Welcome to the afternoon session. We have the 2:30 Central Time session in the Cutter Room. And we are very pleased to have Drake Gomez with us, who is presenting development of a no-code theme for teaching full site editing to beginning WordPress students. That's a mouthful, but hey, that's what we're here for, right? We are, before we get started, we're going to have a few reminders. Be ever mindful of our code of conduct. We have moderators who post information in the chat and monitor discussion. After the session, we encourage you to submit your constructive feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for door prizes. And I have seen some of those door prizes. Unfortunately, you have to be here to win them. Sorry, guys, out there in the world. And of course, a big thank you to our sponsors. Be sure to visit the sponsors page and check out their services. If you have questions throughout, hang on to them. We'll have a question section near the end. And we'll have a mic set up for you here in the room and hopefully out there in the universe. And with that, we will get started. Please help me welcome Mr. Gomez.
Okay, thank you, Shanta. All right. Well, welcome everybody. And I want to start off by saying that I am not a developer. I'm not even a web designer by training or by profession. I'm a teacher. I do teach WordPress. I teach web design. But even in that respect, I'm a little bit I feel a little bit like an imposter because I've only been doing it for a couple of years. I was actually trained as a visual artist. So for many years, I taught painting and drawing and various studio courses. But around 2013, I began working with WordPress as a hobbyist, and I continued to do that for a number of years. Now, let me just pause for a minute and tell you a little bit of this is a generality about artists, but certainly it's true of myself. And that is, we love to customize anything we can get our grubby little hands on. We like to make it our own. And when I started working with websites and web design, actually with WordPress, that was a problem initially because one of the things that I couldn't understand was the theme system in WordPress. I knew themes were essential. You had to have a theme. But when I was starting out, I looked at the premium themes, commercial themes, and I didn't understand they were already designed. You know, with the exception of maybe some layout changes and a few other modifications, they were pretty much done. And I didn't like that about WordPress. But before long, I discovered, see if we can go forward here. There we go. I discovered theme frameworks, and particularly specifically the Genesis theme, which it seems like everybody was using in the 2010s. And I like this idea of the minimal theme that I could make my own. Of course, that required me to learn some CSS, which I began doing. And then in 2021, I was asked to begin teaching web design. And in the second web design course that I teach to my students, I introduced them to WordPress. And I wanted my students to have the same opportunity to work from a blank canvas that I had wanted myself. But I also realized that teaching them a framework like Genesis and requiring them to do a lot of custom CSS was really not in the cards. It was going to be too much of a challenge for them. And for the time that I had to work with them, I didn't see that was realistic. So I needed to come up with another game plan. And fortunately, it was right at this time that WordPress shifted to 5.9 and full site editing was introduced. So this was a lifesaver for me because now I could teach full site editing to my students and they could design entire sites from scratch and really entire themes. They became theme designers, if not exactly theme developers. Now, the paradox, as I think many of us know, is that in order to design a theme, it really helps to start with a theme. And I know developers will start from scratch with a blank index.html, blank style sheets, and theme.json. But for my students, that was not really feasible. They didn't know how to code. They don't know how to code except for some basic CSS. So I needed to come up with a starter theme, something that was very minimal, but also that could basically be approached with no code solutions. And I began looking at some of the options that were out there, and I realized that, well, what is it that makes an ideal starter theme? Well, that kind of depends on where you're coming from as a user. So this is not meant to be an all-inclusive chart here, but what I wanted to diagram for you is, first of all, some of the typical features, as I see it, of starter themes. So I think any theme can be defined according to its structure. What are the templates that it includes? And within any of those templates, is there any markup? And what kind of markup is there? What is the styling within the theme? I think that's pretty self-explanatory. What are the settings that are available within the editor? What settings does the theme make available? Are there any patterns, either patterns that are specific to the theme or are any of the patterns from WordPress core or the pattern repository available within the theme? And then are there any plugins that are loaded with the theme or at least recommended or encouraged with the theme? So these are the main features that I was kind of focusing on as I began to look at starter themes. And then, of course, I was focusing on the needs of design students, but I also thought about how do design students differ from developers and designers? And let me just define my terms here very, very quickly. So I think this term designers is really nebulous. And it, depending on how it's used, it could mean any of a number of things. The way I intend to use the word designers here is those people who aren't programmers. They might know some CSS and certainly HTML, but they probably are not coding in PHP or JavaScript or any of the programming languages. But they're also not just designing in Figma or Adobe XD and then passing the design off to a developer. So I think of designers in this sense as people who are building websites, but they're building websites more or less from a no or low code approach. And now I'm not going to go through all of the cells on this table, but the big distinction that I wanted to make coming back to this group of design students, how do they differ from developers and designers? Well, in terms of the structure of the starter theme that I think they should be using, I actually want my students to have a bare minimum of templates available to them in the theme. So where a starter theme for a professional designer might have a number of primary templates already added to the theme, and some of those templates, like the index template, might have a query loop structure already blocked out. I want none of that for my students. And why don't I want any of that? because I want them to learn how to do it themselves. I want them to learn how to add templates. I want them to learn about the template hierarchy. And I want them to learn how to add blocks and dot blocks correctly for the templates that they're using. On the other hand, we jump over here to the settings of the theme. I want my students to have almost all of the settings that are available. So we're going to set this up in theme.json, as I'll show you in just a moment. But the reason I want them to have the settings is because they're not going to have the option of going into theme.json themselves because they don't know how to do that. And they have a fairly rudimentary knowledge of CSS. So they're probably not going to be doing a lot of custom CSS. So we need to have those settings available to them in the editor. And then just a couple of other little points here. I actually want them to have no patterns available, neither core patterns nor repository patterns, because the reason for this is I don't want them to be tempted by patterns. Again, I want them to be building out their sites with blocks. Now, they might create their own patterns later, or they might copy and paste some patterns from somewhere else, but I don't want to give them those patterns up front in the editor. And then as far as plugins go, we'll talk about the Create Block Theme plugin, but this is the one plugin that they're really going to be relying on in building their sites. Okay, so I started looking at available starter themes that were out there. And the one that I found that I think met my needs, almost met my needs, was the Carolina Nymark on her full site editing site. I'll show it to you in just a moment. But she had, well, let's just go there right now. Let's see if I can do this without fumbling anything here. Aha. This is her site, and she has this wonderful, it's almost a wizard, I guess, a block theme generator where you can put in some information. She has 4 different options here, depending on whether you're a developer, a designer, or what have you. And it will generate a starter theme. And this option, the so-called no-code theme, came very close to meeting my needs. And I thought that that was the one that I was going to have my students working with. However, as I scroll down here, you see that one of the things that the wizard requires is defining a theme palette before the theme is generated, and also defining the layout, so the content width and the wide width. And again, I didn't want my students doing that in advance because they don't really understand these, certainly not the layout widths, before they've begun working with WordPress. So I wanted them to have a theme where these features, the theme palette and the layout widths, are actually a part of the learning process for them. Another thing, I believe the no-code theme on this site does include the WordPress core patterns and the repository patterns. So that was also a little bit of a deal breaker as far as I was concerned. See if we can go back to PowerPoint. Another theme that I looked at, if you're any of you are familiar with Frank Klein at Human Made, he's been studying this whole issue of starter themes, and he wrote, by the way, these slides are available on the slide, whatever it's called, where you can download them. So if you're not able to get any of these links, you can get them there. But Frank had a starter theme that he calls the bare bones starter theme. And I looked at that. It truly is bare bones, and it's really meant to be fleshed out through theme.json. So it was pretty easy to rule that one out for my students. But Frank wrote an article about this whole topic of starter themes, and I think he has some good insight on that. If you want to read it, it's at this link. And then finally, another theme more recently that I looked at was the Frost theme that WP Engine put out. Nick, you worked on this? Yes? Okay. I've got to be careful what I say here. No, actually, I have looked at the Frost theme, and I have not used it. I've not really done anything with it. Let's go to it very quickly here. It looks great, but it's almost too robust for my students. If I'm not mistaken, there are a number of templates that come pre-installed, and yeah. So maybe for a more advanced class, I'm not sure. But here's the article, by the way, that Frank Klein wrote, which you may want to look at yourselves. I don't think Frank's bare bones theme, by the way, is available. He had it on GitHub, and I think it was recently taken down. So not sure how you would get that if you wanted it, but at any rate, I reached the conclusion that none of the available themes were really suited for my students. But then it dawned on me, gosh, if full site editing is all about allowing designers to be theme creators, why not create my own starter theme for my students to work from? And so prior to the last time I taught my course, I created the starter theme that was ideal for my needs. And that was a theme that I called Naked Skeleton, a very bare bones theme for teaching full site editing to designers or design students specifically. So what I'd like to do in the remaining time here, and check my time, okay, is show you some of, particularly within the theme.json file, show you some of the settings that I put into this theme, but not really to turn this into a here's how to create a theme sort of presentation, but to maybe rationalize why I chose the settings that I did. Although I think inevitably this may also be a little bit of a how it was done for those of you that for whom full site editing might be a little new. So first of all, this is the structure of the theme. And of course, we've got the required files. So only the index.html file as a template within the templates folder. Of course, the style.css file, this is a blank file except for the required header, but there are no style rules within it. The theme.json file, which is the one I'm going to focus on, and we'll look at that specifically in just a moment. There is a functions.php and a patterns file as well. And those are not required, but they're actually working hand in hand here because the patterns.php file is what disables the WordPress core patterns in the repository patterns. And then the functions.php file is necessary for a single line of code that requires the patterns.php. So it calls that code into play. And I won't show you those, but just to explain why they're there. And then we've got a lot of blank folders, which are probably not necessary because they would be created anyway, but we do have a blank fonts folder, empty fonts folder, empty patterns folder, empty parts folder, and a screenshot as well, although that would probably be replaced later by the students. So if we go to theme.json, now I'm showing you some screenshots here just so you can see the code large enough and from the back of the room. But the other thing is the code that you're seeing here in the slides is the code as it's written in the theme. Now, what I want to try and do here, just to make some of this clear, is if I go to the live site, and I know this is terribly unprofessional of me, but I'm going to show you the theme.json in the tools theme file editor in WordPress, and we'll even make a few changes. But actually, the theme.json file that you're seeing here is, I've modified it. So this is actually not the theme.json as it is written for the theme. And I've changed a few settings and then so I can illustrate the effects that those settings have. And then we'll change them in real time here, and hopefully everything will go smoothly. And so let's see, we've got the editor, and if you're, I'm assuming most of you are probably familiar with full site editing at this point, but if you're not, if I go to Appearance Editor, and in the Templates tab, you see only that index.html template. Now, again, if this were a fresh install of the theme, this would be completely blank. It would be a blank canvas. I've added a cover block and I've added some post content just so I can illustrate some of the effects of theme.json and some of the settings. But this would be completely blank for a student. Now, if you're not familiar with theme.json, it does a number of things, but for our purposes, no, there we go. For our purposes, it defines some of the styles for the theme, much in the same way that CSS does, but also defines the look of the settings in the editor. So all of these settings that we would see in the sidebar over here, I just go to styles for the group block, for example. These are all determined by the settings key in theme.json. And again, that's kind of what I want to focus on in the remaining time that we have. So the first thing that I wanted to do in the naked skeleton theme is I wanted to enable the setting appearance tools. In fact, I want to show you several things that are enabled that otherwise would be disabled by default. So if you're not familiar with appearance tools, it's a shortcut setting. Basically, it enables, I think there are about 6 or so various settings within the editor, such as border controls, such as link color, margins, padding, block gap, and a few others. So if we go back to the live site, and I go back to the theme.json file here, you can see right now appearance tools is set to false. Well, maybe you can't see that, but trust me, it is. So let's go ahead and change it to true. But before we do that, let's just take something like the group block. Well, I tell you what, let me just show you the structure of, this is the index template, the only one we have. So I've got a cover block at the top, the paragraph in it. I've got a group block with a group block within that, with a heading, calling in some post content. So very simple, just to illustrate some of the changes. But now if I go to the group block here, and we come over and we look at the styles in the sidebar, we don't have a whole lot to work with there. So this would not be very suitable for a student who doesn't know how to code, right? All they have are some color options and some typography options, right? So we turn on appearance tools, and we'll just set this to true now. And then go back to the editor and refresh. Come back to that group block, and now look at what we have available for us over in the sidebar. So again, this is a shortcut giving students many, many more options for coding purely within the editor. So now they have border controls, border color, border style, border radius. They've got block spacing. They've got a padding option, margin. Appearance tools turns on min height, which is a feature since 6.2. So they can set the minimum height for the group. And then this is a parent group block. So everything is nested within it. So if I look at the settings, I also have this tab, which is also since 6.2 enabled by appearance tools, the position option, which would allow me to make that parent block sticky. And I think all of these are desirable for students, right? There's nothing here that I would say, oh, I don't want you to have that as an option. I think all of these settings are desirable. Okay, now these are just some lines that follow in theme.json. I'm going to come back to these because these are actually disabling some of the defaults. So we'll come back to that in just a moment. But back to what is being enabled. Still under settings in theme.json, we've got the typography key. And maybe the most important thing here is custom font size by default is not enabled. So in the naked skeleton theme, I wanted that enabled, and I'll show you exactly what result that has. I'm also enabling drop cap. That's maybe questionable. I sort of question that myself, but I did choose to enable that. And then text decoration is also enabled. So back to the live site. If I just go to the same group block, styles. Okay, so right now, my typography options are limited to the so-called t-shirt sizes, small, medium, large, etc. Right? That's not great for a web designer because for one thing, it's limiting their options, but for another thing, it doesn't really even tell them anything about what those sizes are in terms of rem units or pixels or what have you, right? And I don't have anything better than that in my drop-down menu here. So if I go to theme.json, we'll come down to custom font size. Now, again, this is not the way the theme would be, but for the sake of this demo, it's set to false. Let's go ahead and enable that the way the theme would have it. And then if we come to that same group block, now we've got the typography panel, but we've got the sliders icon. And if I click on that, a student can enter a custom size in pixels, ems, or rems, or they can use the slider control here. So now they have custom font size control, and that's what a web designer wants and needs, right? I will come back. We'll talk a little bit about the t-shirt sizes. We're going to do something with that in just a moment, make that a little more usable, but we'll leave it at that for right now. I don't think I'll talk about drop cap. I would have to add a paragraph here to illustrate that for you. Again, I think drop cap it's one of those things that, I don't know, students kind of see, and it's maybe a little too seductive in some ways, and everybody wants to use it because it's cool. But I did enable it in the theme. Maybe have some reservations about that, but that's the way it is. Oh, and text decoration is also enabled. So that gives that functionality as well for strike through text and is it italics? I'm sorry? Or underline, yes. Yeah, italicized would be a different font style. And then finally, the last thing that's being enabled is the use root padding aware alignments setting. I love this setting. It's confusing to a lot of people. I'm getting close on, is it really 35 minutes in? Or am I 2:57? Okay. Oh, this was started before. Ah, okay. In which case I have no idea how much time has passed. Yeah, if you're not familiar with this setting, so the theme enables it. Most themes that I see do enable this setting. I really don't know why it would not want to be enabled. But let me just show you what it does if you're not familiar with that. So if I go to the front end, just show you the front end of the site. Now, again, nothing great here, right? But this is a cover block. And it's actually set to be full width. But you can see it's not really full width. We've got this padding at the top. We've got some padding on the left and the right. And where that padding is coming from, now I can't actually show it to you at this moment, but it's coming from a setting in global styles. If I go to global style, oh, I can show it to you. Gosh, I don't know why that's there. Okay, well, I'll show it to you. This was supposed to be hidden, but for some reason it's showing. Under the layout settings, by default, this is not part of the theme, but this is by default, 40 pixels of padding are added. Okay, now that's a good thing in general, because if we are resizing our, let's see if I can do this. So if we're resizing our viewport, it's keeping that text in any kind of text block from bumping up against the edges of the viewport. So we like that global padding, but maybe we don't want that for a cover block. If that's a hero image, we want that running the full width of the viewport, and we certainly want to get rid of that padding at the top. So let's go back to theme.json. We're going to come all the way down to the bottom of the settings here. Use root padding aware alignments, and let's go ahead and enable that as the theme would do. And we'll just skip to the front end of the site. And now when we refresh, well, the padding did not go away at the top. I'm not sure what's going on there, but you can see what's happened with the full width of the, that might be a gap setting or something going on there. I'd have to look at it. But at least now we have the full width image running the full width. Should do the same thing. I just want to check. Yeah, it's still there at the top in the editor as well. Oh, okay. So that's coming from somewhere else. Yeah. Huh. Thank you. Okay, now what's being disabled in the theme? Well, several things. So I showed you this slide before, and by default, duotones, default gradient palette, and a default WordPress palette are all enabled. I don't want those for my students. And I don't want the duotones. There are a lot of designers who would say they don't want duotone control, largely because many designers are going to be more comfortable creating photographic effects in Photoshop or a photo editor. Plus, they might want to do something more sophisticated than a duotone. So for that reason, I've disabled duotones, and I won't illustrate that for you on the live site, but as far as students know, duotones don't even exist in WordPress, which is perfectly fine for me. But as far as the WordPress palette and the gradients palette, let's just take a quick look at those. So basically, I'll go back to global styles for this. So if I go to the colors tab, and I have my theme palette here, but if I click on that, by default, I see the WordPress palette with 12 different colors. I don't want students to see that because I don't want them to be influenced by it. And what I mean is, if I have a class of 12 students, I could almost guarantee that if this palette is available, a third of those students are going to design a site based on these colors or something, really using at least some of these colors. So actually, I'm going to disable that in theme.json. And we'll come all the way up here to, where did it go? Here we go. So we'll just leave duotone is already set to false, but let's go ahead and hide the gradients palette. I didn't show you the gradients palette, but I'm sure most of you are familiar with that already. And we'll hide the default palette, update, and refresh. And if we now go into global styles, colors, and the theme palette, we don't have the WordPress default palette. And if I click on gradient, we don't have a gradient palette, which would have been right here as well. Now, if you're wondering what's going on here with the theme palette, that's coming up. We'll get to that. Let's talk about layout. This is maybe my favorite part of the Naked Skeleton theme. So in theme.json, I have, now typically in a theme, you would have a pixel value here for content size and wide size, and that's defining the layout for the theme. Of course, that can be changed by the user, but most themes are going to have some sort of value here. I've actually put a null value in for content size and wide size. Now, why did I do that? Why didn't I just leave the layout key out of theme.json, or maybe just not put anything in here? And this is a really important addition, I think, to theme.json, because by using the value null in the editor, what that does, now I think I forgot to change that. Let me just look in theme.json here. Huh. That's interesting because, okay, so if you can see this, here is the layout section of theme.json, and I have content size and just, what do you call that in development where there's no value? Is that a empty value? It's a null, even though it doesn't say null? Okay. I didn't know that. Let me just see if I update. I don't know why, because it's actually showing in global style. Okay, when I was testing this before, that actually hid the layout tab. Like you didn't even see layout. But in any case, doesn't matter that the layout option is there. When I click on it, notice that there is no field for content size or wide size. So those are not there. Now we want them there, but this is where putting the null value in becomes very useful. So if we go back to theme.json, what did I do? Wrong line. We'll put null in for content size and wide size. And now if I go into global styles and we go to the layout tab, we have empty fields. So this is, again, exactly what I want for a student, right? I want them to make these decisions. What do I want? And again, I know another theme, they could override those settings, but I don't want to influence them. I want them starting from that blank canvas. That null value comes into play elsewhere in theme.json for the theme palette. So remember a moment ago, we looked at the theme palette and you just saw black circles. So here are the settings in theme.json. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors are defined, but they're not really defined. And I'm following the lead of the 2023 theme in terms of color names. So base, contrast, primary, secondary, and tertiary. But the color value itself, again, is set to null. So in the editor, global styles, we'll just look at the colors tab here. Here's my theme palette. And you see, now this is kind of interesting. You see the 5 circles with the slash through them. If I click on that, they become 5 circles that are just black with the WordPress blue on hover. And then if I come over to the kebab menu and we look at the details, they become screened circles. Doesn't really matter. The nice thing here is we see the labels for the different colors, and now a student can go in with the color picker and define their own theme color scheme. So the null value comes in handy once again. And the same thing would be true with the gradient. They can set up a gradient palette if they want to here in the same way. They probably don't need 5 gradients, but they have that if they need it. We're almost done. That's just a little close up there. You couldn't see it before. And then finally, font sizes. If you remember the t-shirt sizes that I showed you before. Well, here's the code as it would be written in the theme itself. So you see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different sizes predefined for fonts. Now let me show you something on the live site. So if I go back to theme.json here, here are my font sizes. Now I went ahead and deleted the smallest of them. So I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if we look at the editor, and again, I'll just go to the group block here. And we look at those t-shirt sizes, there they are. Again, we have no idea what that really means. We'd have to go into the inspector to find out what the size is in rem units or what have you. If I come back to theme.json, now let's just do this. So I'll copy that one out. I'm a Mac guy. I'm a little tricky. Switching to Windows. What did I do? Okay. All right, now I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to duplicate the small in the interest of time. So two that are exactly the same size, but just to make the point. If we go back to the front end now, or into the editor, I'm sorry, and refresh. Same group block, styles. And by adding that sixth size, WordPress does something interesting. I think it's just a UI issue, but it can't fit 6 t-shirt sizes. So it treats it as a drop-down menu. But now the nice thing is not only is it a drop-down menu, but we don't have the abbreviations. We've actually got the labels, and we have some reference to the actual size. And we know that these are REM units because it says REM next to the size label up here. So this is much better, you know, as a user tool. Now, one thing that was true is I had to put in values here in theme.json. I could not use the null solution where students could kind of put their own values in. I had to predefine those values. So what I chose to do in theme.json is I'm assuming that these, since custom font sizes are already enabled, I was assuming that these 6 predefined font sizes were probably going to be used for headings. So they correspond to H1 through H6. And with that kind of mindset, then I just used default sizes that browsers use. So most browsers will use 2M as the size of an H1. I'm using 2rem, but essentially the same thing. And then so on down the line, I'm just mimicking what a browser would do as a default size. But again, in many cases, I think students are going to use the custom font size option. And then we really are almost done. It's going to be right down to the wire. Units in theme.json, I'm giving students all of the units that are available, from pixels to viewport width, viewport height. I won't show you that, but those are all available for anything that has a measurement. Fonts, not font sizes are limited, but padding, margins, and so forth. And the theme itself only defines system fonts as a font family, only system fonts. But obviously that's not good if you're a web designer. So students are going to use the Create Block Theme plugin, which I don't know if everybody's familiar with it, but I think many of us are. It's a lifesaver. And part of the Create Block Theme plugin is the functionality for manage theme fonts. And students can add Google fonts or they can add local fonts. And then those are actually written automatically to theme.json, which is nice. And they don't even need to know that that's happening. And then finally, with Create Block Theme, when all is said and done and they've built their site, they've added templates, they've done everything to build a full-fledged site, they can use Create Block Theme to clone their theme, give it their own name, give it their screenshot if they want to, and they have become theme creators in a very rudimentary way. Real quickly, I will show you a student example. So this was a student who used the Naked Skeleton theme. Now she's using WooCommerce, she's using a contact plugin and a few other plugins, but no page builders, no third-party blocks or anything like that. And I think pretty successful for a first-time WordPress user, starting from a blank canvas. And I believe we are out of time. Do we have time for questions or 2 minutes? Boy, are there any? Yes. Yeah, this is actually available on GitHub. The theme itself is available on GitHub. So, and again, the slides are available on the slide repo or whatever it's called for the conference. So github.com, my name, Drake Gomez, Naked-Skeleton. And if you do use it for any purposes, let me know how it goes. I'd be curious. Any other questions? And that is time. Thank you.
That wraps up this session. Big thank you to Drake for a wonderful session. Please use the chat, social media, and our 2023 attendees Slack channel to thank our amazing presenters. You can use that same Slack channel if you want to continue the conversation or have any follow-up questions. Please take a minute to submit our constructive session feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for the door prizes. If you've seen them, they look absolutely amazing. The link for the feedback is located on the event webpage. This session was recorded and will be posted to the WP Campus Learning Library in the near future. I think that's everything for us. Thank you again to Drake, please.
Oh, thank you. Well, it was a necessity, but it was
Just at the
also
end.
something I really
I just
enjoyed.
need to probably.
No, you can.
Okay,
Well, so the
that's it. I
problem
think I
is,
hit stop.
it's the last
Mhm.
course that I have them in, where this gets introduced, and it doesn't get introduced at the beginning of the semester because they're still designing in XD,
Go ahead.
actually. So they have about, probably about 11 weeks.
But you have to do it. Because I'm turning on. Yeah, no, I'm pretty much gonna get the full set. 2023, now 2022. We're stopping quite quick. Even that one, I'm like, not sure. So I want to keep on. I just wanted to. So I don't even know how to set it. But that's probably. Yeah, we did need to know. Yeah. That's why I didn't even look up. I'm like,
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 4 p.m. Central session in the Cutter Room at WP Campus 2023. I'm your room host, Shanta. I forgot to mention that the last time, but if you don't know me. Before we get started, a few reminders. Be ever mindful of our code of conduct. We are, of course, honored to have Rachel Urbanowitz with us, and we are going to be having her present a college case study WordPress portfolio creation by undergraduate digital media majors. We have moderators that'll be looking at the chat rooms for monitoring discussions. And after the session, we encourage you to submit your constructive feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for a door prize. And remember, those door prizes are looking really good. A big thank you to all of our sponsors. Please be sure to visit the sponsors page and check out their services. And with that said, let's get started with our honored presenter, Rachel Urbanowitz, please.
All right, thanks. Okay, so then I hit resume share. Thank you very much. I hate WordPress. I wish I could just fail. That's a direct quote from one of my students. A lovely person, but this is part of what I was dealing with. Good afternoon. As you know, I am Rachel Urbanowitz, and I'm trying to make the slide go forward, and it's not going. Oh, here we go. I figured it out. I'm smart. I'm a professor. Okay. So I teach web design, graphic design, and other courses as part of the communications and digital media programs at Keystone College in Pennsylvania. Like many of you, I've designed a lot of websites in my day. Unlike many of you, I'm not a WordPress expert at all. I'm an educator in the digital media program. And just last semester, we decided to incorporate WordPress in my professional practices class. And I was basically learning full site editing at the same time as my students. I have a bit more WordPress experience under my belt. I was a little bit ahead of them. I even taught a class in WordPress 6 years ago. However, as you're well aware, things have changed in 6 years. So let's talk about that class. The class was called Professional Practices. There's the number there in case you want to send your kid to Keystone and register. It focused on preparing soon-to-be graduates for the job market and the gig economy, because of course, with a digital media degree, you're going to be oftentimes freelancing and running your own business. So we covered things like resumes, etc., tax laws, internships, and of course, getting yourself out there in the world with a portfolio. It was a required project of the class. The class was where they could cherry pick a number of projects that covered these topics of getting you ready for the professional world with a certain amount of required projects. So I'm talking about context, the project, and the people. I've given you a little bit of context. Here's a little more. Keystone College is in northeastern Pennsylvania, not far from Scranton of the Office fame. It's a lovely Woodlands campus, very old, established in 1868. And the digital media program is fairly new. It's recently established and covers a wide range of digital media topics, website design, graphic design, photography, video, radio, and podcasting, as well as a couple of foundational courses in color theory and drawing. So this project emphasized WordPress skills in addition to showcasing student work. Specifically, we used full site editing because partly it coincided with Web Design 2, which most students were taking concurrently. Incidentally, Web Design 2 was taught by my colleague Drake Gomez, who just presented previously here. So the basic requirements: at least 9 portfolio pieces on the page to showcase your work. And they could include all of the things I just talked about as media artifacts, an about me page or section, resume included, and a contact form, the standard stuff, right? So the overview: successes, they got them done. They were very supportive of each other. They really kind of woke up to how they want to present themselves to the world. And 2 out of 5 students kept their sites up, or 3 out of us, if you consider me a student. So that, of course, brings me to the challenges, right? Because we want everyone to keep their sites up because we want them to be out there in the world and getting hired. So full site editing was new to us. It's kind of new generally. The value of an online presence didn't really seem to sink in with some of my students. A couple of them really struggled, including the one I quoted at the top of the presentation. And we had some bugs to deal with. And then finally, our hosting provider's functionality was quite problematic. Now, I will call them provider Y, as in, why did I pick them? Well, I'll tell you. And I'm not going to identify them because this is on YouTube. If you want to know, I'll tell you later if you're here. It was inexpensive. I had some good experience, very good experiences with them previously, using them for domain name purchases. And they offer managed WordPress hosting. And so we all got it, and we all got SSL for the extra $10 or so. The process to activate SSL, they put the onus on the consumer and made it an incredibly multifaceted, intricate nightmare of a process. They have tons of helpful resources online, but ultimately just one person in the class, not me, got it done. So you're all pretty familiar with the importance of security. And so this was a problem. Another big glitch was fonts. Now we were using actually a theme called a bare bones theme called Naked Skeleton. Again, if you were in the previous session, you're familiar with it, which works with Create Block theme. However, due possibly to an incompatibility with the provider, it didn't work. So I developed a CSS workaround with my students because I also teach Web Design 1. So I know a little something about CSS. So of course, the basic process, we all had a little bit of WordPress knowledge. In Web Design 2, we started with mood boards as an inspiration. A mood board in this context, it means the students gather. I give them some ideas of where to look for these sites, because if you ask my students, they'll say, I don't know, I don't cruise the web a lot, meaning I just look at my social media, right? So, okay, we'll try this site and this site to start looking for beautiful sites by other graphic designers, by other photographers, by firms and things. So then they'd screenshot them and talk about what inspired them for the look and feel, because this is partly a design project. Okay, so they gathered their assets, their portfolio pieces, and then we went into designing the sites with the full site in-class review toward the end, and then, of course, due on the last day of class. So now you know the main successes and challenges. Let's dive into the actual student experiences. Now, I've noted here that the photos are stock due to privacy concerns. I've made their identities more anonymous, and I'm giving screenshots of the sites with the identifiers blurred. But you'll also see the site that I created. And that'll be a live site, so you'll get a better idea than just the screenshot. The students, I'll give you their first names. They bear a vague resemblance to these models: Kelly, Andrea, Jake, Quinn, and Liz. So let's begin with Liz. I like to call her Liz of all trades because she's very good and passionate about many aspects of digital media, design, video, podcasts. So she was the one person who successfully implemented SSL on her website. Frustrating, and I'm directly quoting her here. Setting up the secure link was very frustrating. It took me a while. Really annoying, all these keywords, right? But the instructions helped me to figure it out. She's also a very patient person. So her site is still up. And again, if you want to approach me later, I could show you the sites that are still up. And she was one of the folks that used the CSS workaround for fonts. And I mentioned in the description, I'll be sharing what plugins we used. And keep in mind that with college students, everything needs to be inexpensive or free. Okay, so anytime I mention a plugin, it's the free version. So we use WP Code Lite. And so here's her screenshot from early in the process. And again, we use the full site editing with the bare bones naked skeleton theme. So she came up with this color palette. These are colors she likes, and she uses them throughout her materials. Here's her final homepage. And again, I blurred on the screenshot. The real homepage doesn't have that blur. With additional links. So then in the upper corner, and if you're on YouTube, you might not see this, but in the upper right corner of the screen, it says scrolling with sticky header. So the series of screenshots will be scrolling down. So a couple of videos she produced. Her portrait photography plugin used was called Gallery Block by Meow Gallery, Jordy Meow. Nature photography, and she's using different background colors. Again, very consistent. Prior to academia, I was a marketing website and graphic designer, so I'm very in tune with branding and being consistent, which of course is important with usability and user experience, right? If the site is pleasant to look at, even yummy to look at, more people are going to stay there. This is her original digital art, and it's in SVG format. So there's the plugin, Safe SVG, that made it more easy to display. And more digital art. And you can see it's scrolling down to her podcast. She hosted a podcast on the Keystone College radio station, and she has links to the podcast stuff in SoundCloud. So here's her about page, continuing with her color scheme. Nice, simple, web-friendly text, not too much of it. And I think this is adorable with her dog. She added the backgrounds that matched the feature, that matched her color palette on this site. And I think it's really nice with about pages, you get, more of an idea of the personal things to connect with emotionally to the person. Here's her resume, continuing with a theme, plugin used E2 PDF. And her contact page, ending up using contact form block. So actually, and again, I don't know if it was a conflict with the hosting provider, but WP Forms Lite had a glitch whereby the form worked, but there was no message content in the email. So we found another one that worked better. So her final feedback from Liz, quote, I think that the website will be easier to share with potential employers as opposed to my digital or print portfolio. And as a school where we want our students to go out and be successful and get jobs, this is important. The digital portfolio she refers to is a PDF that she could send out. Next student, Andrea. So she's interested in sports photography, social media, graphic design, and illustration, has a very distinctive illustration style. So some feedback. It made me see my skill range and what I am more confident in. She struggled due to a year away from web design. She had taken it earlier and so wasn't quite as caught up right in the moment with the latest full site editing. And she said, I think I am most proud of my header drawing for the header of her site. So this is the before kind of thing when she was working on her portfolio, really struggling to figure out. First, she was just kind of getting the content in there. Okay, getting it in there first and then designing it later. So here she created a drawing representing her hair and her nickname, and then played off the color scheme of that for the font color and background color. And, I worked with her to get that as part of the header background. So this plugin, a lot of us had our portfolios right on our home pages, was called Visual Portfolio. And it's a really great free plugin. We tried numerous ones, and this one for the cost was the best deal. So she does have, as you can see at the top in very tiny print, it filters through the different categories. And, so here is just kind of the dump of everything, graphic design, illustration, etc. So just showing you that. Okay. And then her resume page, as well as her contact page using Embed Press. And I don't always mention the plugins just because they get repeated sometimes. So moving on then to Kelly, who is a bit of a non-traditional student in that she's a little bit older. I don't know if she came back to college or just didn't go right away. Double major in digital media and visual arts. And she really struggled with WordPress. Part of that can be sometimes with students, they just have too many irons in the fire, right? She had a long commute. She had some life and health issues. Yeah, she said, I wish we had the class more than once a week, but did miss a class or two. So here's her homepage / about page, where she created a collage of her work for the background header. Now, the challenge with the collage of her work is that if you don't have a lot of work, it's going to be redundant. So it was a bit redundant with her portfolio, right? You see some of the same images. And there was also some kind of glitch whereby some of the images repeated in her portfolio. And so that was just kind of a bummer. And then here's her resume and contact page, again, using contact form block. So what was frustrating for Kelly? WordPress times a million. So again, beginning students, if you guys are, many of you are developers, this is sort of in your bloodstream now. Think back to that cognitive dissonance you had when you were first learning it. So even though she had the Web Design 2 class, you know, she said, I enjoyed learning it, but did not catch on as quickly as I like. I'm starting to get the hang of it, you know, but some things are just annoying. So she said more previous WordPress class would be helpful. Wish we had this class more than once a week. Really like the design and creative part of doing this. And of course, we could have just let them go. Why don't you just go on my portfolio and just do a portfolio, right? But we want them to be competitive, and WordPress, as I'm preaching to the choir, but you're going to be more competitive if you have WordPress skills. So moving on to Quinn, who picked up WordPress very quickly, was kind of the leader in the class, but has no desire whatsoever to become a web developer. So that's our loss. He's more interested in photography and social media management. So early on, he put, here lies the best portfolio. I'm like, Quinn, that's what people say in a graveyard. The fonts were working for him just fine. Margins were an issue here. His security was an issue. You see the problematic link, you know, icon there. And this tended to happen to every single one of us from time to time, where our header image would be blown away and our links formatting would be blown away. And the only correlation we could come up with was the fact that we didn't have site security with the hosting provider. Now, I will tell you, I designed both with this class and in the month of June, a brand new website with a new hosting provider and did not ever have this problem. And in fact, when I show you my live before and after sites, this might happen again. So here's his final homepage, kind of a minimalistic black and white design. And his photography gallery. Scrolling. Some stuff he did for his social media management involvements on campus. And then here you see he had some fun with the visual portfolio plugin with the rounded edges, with the filters. This is only his nature photography. I really don't know why it says you've reached the end of the list. It didn't say that on anyone else's. And then he has his resume using Embed Press and the contact form. Okay, so moving on to Jake. I feel like I'm rushing through these a little bit, but they have a lot in common. Okay, so Jake's primarily interested in design, video production, music, and photography, a lot of things, and does a lot of independent things on the side in these already. Does not look like this guy at all, the least resemblance of all of them. So here is his kind of earlier version. And he decided, after learning about the block pattern directory, to use that after trying numerous gallery plugins. So he focused on some street photography, portrait photography, nightlife, graphic design with Photoshop overlays, book cover design, more Photoshop overlays, and then a movie poster mock-up. And then his final homepage has a video on it that he produced with a friend of his. And then he added the categories, and I later emailed him, hey, add some anchor links, some jump links so people can skip down to graphic design or photography. Here's his about page. Now, I went into the inspector and changed his name to Harry Belafonte instead of blurring it out, just so you could see what the font looks like. So there wouldn't be so many blurs. And then scrolling down on his about page, he ended up with kind of an interesting hourglass shape there, which is a result of some nice student feedback we had in week 13, where one of the students noticed that that was happening by accident. So he actually rearranged things to make it happen more smooth. And then here's his resume. He used PDF Viewer. And so some feedback from Jake. The project wasn't too bad. I think the hardest part is learning WordPress and figuring out which blocks work in order to translate your ideas onto the page. He also said it was fun to have complete creative control over how the site looked, and it let us explore WordPress more deeply than if the guidelines were strict. Now, of course, as instructors, we have to have guidelines with some strict projects in order to teach certain concepts. So what's awesome is when they learn the concepts and then take off and run with them. So then moving on to my full site editing class or site, since I was kind of a student as well. So there's one created during the spring semester, and then the other one where I had more time because I didn't have to work so much last month. And by the way, I used a plugin on my second site called Animate It. So I'm just going to switch over and show you those. So I'll go over to, let's see, Google Chrome. Okay. So my first site, I called it Port Fabulous Folio. And I would just kind of did random work again with Visual Studio Portfolio. I had to do this strange thing and number them backwards to appear in the order I wanted. I did not have to do this later. And then I have this resume page about, I'll just kind of whip through it so you can see the before and after. My students gave me feedback, yeah, too much purple, Prof. Rach. Okay, and then contact me, and then a wild card where I didn't do anything. And then here is the one I created last month using kind of a New Orleans theme because I knew I'd present it here. All right, and then using columns and things. I just put the more about Rachel after learning about accessibility in one of the workshops here. So then moving into the portfolio, and then where I have it by categories. Also in Visual Studio, FYI, it crops it, and then it shows the original style, the original size here for some portfolio pieces. Okay, and then giving a lot of thought to like fitting the words in there and things like that, right? And then you can nonprofit work, it filters designs for Zazzle, stuff from my corporate career prior to academia. About page, a little more subtle, contact page. And then I'm going to mention this later again, but if you are interested in any resources that would be helpful, if there are any educators in the room to teach WordPress, I'm going to show you briefly like my curriculum slides that I developed after sort of what I felt was an imperfect class. And it's always a work in progress, right? If you're an educator. And then I have just some handouts, and these are all, unless they're otherwise indicated in Microsoft Word, some assignments and things that you're just welcome to use. I'm kind of all about open source. So that's that, and that's profrachportfolio.com. And I'll go back to my PowerPoint. Okay. So the biggest takeaways for me from this process, trying to teach these students, was that more student training is needed and sooner. Again, this was not a web design class. It was a component of a bigger class. However, we had time to do some in-class exercises that I think would have really helped them kind of get more refined sites in the end, right? So And this also makes it more feasible as a standalone class. It could easily be filled in. Okay. Another big lesson test are vet hosting providers. I actually did a great deal of research, and they had mostly good reviews. The only bad reviews I found were on Reddit. And of course, balancing cost, because again, most students at small colleges are on a tight budget. So the provider I went with for the second round, where I didn't have any of the same problems that I mentioned before, was SiteGround. So if they have a good discount next year when it's time, maybe that's who I'll go with. So I have sort of a new revised curriculum as a result of all this. So including in-class exercises, like I mentioned, and then, you know, you're into WordPress, so I'm not going to read you the list, right? But I'll kind of give you an overview of that curriculum, which is always a living document. So the first 6 weeks would go through the exercises, and like kind of the first day, what are your career goals? What do you want to focus your portfolio on? Keep doing the mood boards. I think that was very helpful. Obviously, web optimize all your portfolio artifacts, and then keep going with the basic exercises through the next several weeks, starting to get into content development into week 6, you know, your about page, what you want to communicate about yourself there. And then the instructor prep gets less and less because it's more one-on-one working with them to help them complete their websites, right? Refining the gallery, etc. And then the final few weeks, of course, the in-class review where they give each other feedback, and then fully complete portfolios, do the end of class. And after class, I go home and pop the champagne because it's done. So again, I have some resources for you on the ProfRage portfolio site that I'm happy to share. And I'm also happy to answer any questions about the process. So I believe that's it. Okay.
Thanks very much, Rachel, for that wonderful presentation. We really appreciate your willingness to share all this wonderful information with us. Somebody in the chat has actually said you can name the provider, but we won't make you. That's okay. If you do have any questions in the room, please feel free to come up to the mic and we'll turn that on and ask some questions there.
I think this is on. I just had a question about the major in general at Keystone College. How integral is like a domain name and websites within the major itself? Like, is it just like 1 or 2 classes, or is it particularly like integrated throughout in general?
I would say we only really talk about it. Well, we have 2 web design classes, Web Design 1 and Web Design 2. And then in the final, this is a class for seniors getting ready to graduate. So that's really where I wouldn't say it's integrated throughout the major. Like they learn about digital illustration and things like that, and about marketing and branding. But I would say it's really only in this class where we talk about getting your online presence out there. Yeah.
Thank you. And I do just want to mention Reclaim hosting is very affordable.
Reclaim?
Reclaim for
Thank you.
that sort of hosting if you're looking in between SiteGround and another provider.
Definitely. I'll write that down. Thanks.
Do you have a link to these slides available? Somebody online wanted to know.
Yeah, I uploaded it to the thing this morning,
Okay.
so it might be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, the site probably just needs to get a quick rebuild. So,
Okay.
cool.
Okay.
All right, I'll make sure to put it.
Yeah, I was tweaking it all the way until this morning.
What was the like plugin selection process like? Like, was there guidelines, or did you just kind of let the students kind of have free will to choose whatever plugins they wanted to use?
I honestly gave them free reign. Yeah, I'm like, go to town, then share with us what works for you, what doesn't.
Because they actually chose some pretty good ones, like the visual portfolio one. We actually use that.
No kidding.
So we use a pro version because we use it for a lot of photo essays and stuff like that on our
Cool.
news site. So yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, they found some really great ones. Thanks. Yeah.
So I'll just kind of build on her response to your question, because I was teaching the Web Design 2 course that most of her students were concurrently enrolled in. And I do give them some instruction about plugins. So they probably
Okay.
didn't need it when they were in
Okay.
Rachel's class, because, but basically it's not so much guidance towards, this is a good plugin, this is not. It's more generic in the sense that they're taught, look at how many times the plugin has been downloaded, look at what
Oh,
the
right.
reviews are, look at how many people gave a review. Those, so then they can use their own knowledge to guide themselves in the future towards whatever plugin. But yeah, obviously it must have paid off, because they chose some good ones.
Mhm.
Wraps up our session. A big thank you to Rachel. Can we give her a big hand, please? As we mentioned before, please use chat, social media, and our 2023 attendees Slack channel to thank our amazing presenters. You can also use our 2023 Slack channel if you want to continue any conversation or have any follow-up questions. Please take a minute to submit your constructive feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for your door prize for those who are present. The link for the feedback is located on the event webpage. This session was recorded and will be posted to the WPCampus Learning Library in the near future. And I think we'll have one session left today. We look forward to that. And then we're on to games night for those that are here with us. Thank you again, everyone. And let's give Rachel a big hand. Thank you.
Not only do they fix it for you, without it, so a lot of you.
Yeah, thanks for that.
You know, we want that for the next 10 years. Oh, yeah. And then anyone says, oh, but I need this or this, or I want to try to do something. Okay, this is what you want to replay. That's kind of honest. Yeah. So, yeah. Access basic.
Yeah, we're good.
It'll be put in. And you access those. And then it that they decide on you into detail account. But it's actually a different password between your account and then that first that's the item. The experience. But for us, they are from these but now that's the third set of credentials. And they might not even be aware that, they're just passing through from the WordPress front end to WHM to the WordPress of their individual. Or they have not had any credentials that but that's not right. My password is because of running this, I have like read that file, I'm running so many sites and my password doesn't go do that someday. The issue. Yeah. We have. That and they would that topic work. Right. And since there was a project. The script, this tells company sites that's needed in how world. This script shows us how many sites that were updated past that first day needed. Those are good gone. Yeah, we will. web archive file.
They do, we have a whole archive. Just we want to archive every.
Yeah.
Like I said, like, so, like,
I mean, like, we did the thing. I was really proud. Entirely concept. We had a team of about write in. Here my dad was. And so that already, you know, like. Some of the stuff you're doing on the blog. It's
we do, and we do have another number of.
librarian. This doesn't need to be preserved. You don't know. It's like, no, you want that thing as a Word document. Website.
Unfortunately, yeah, some people.
There,
Yeah, I would archive.
there you go.
Real deal.
Yeah.
So anyway, my first job in higher ed was at a meeting school. And so your colleague helped me out quite a bit through the CLAMP organization. And so I had offered to at least get in the hall yesterday. And that's one of the all but I had really happy to do that. So
Yeah, I mean, like, we really like the guy.
I'm not sure. But I do suppose that it's all on one server. So and then you can all say, oh, I will sell one.
Yeah,
Are you guys? Yeah, I don't know if they want that. They might be worried about.
yeah, well,
Right.
the problem is right now.
Right.
But then we get. That.
Oh, yeah, that makes
In like certain plugins that are in. Plugins and just. Well, plugin. So, you know, one of the things we want to do is provide guys who have the option.
Right.
That, you know, pay for it, maybe that's enough. And then, you know, shut it down. For that, we don't have our other.
Yeah. Yeah.
One thing that's off.
you know, because it's all been through WordPress and there's fun and, like, I can first not be there, so WordPress is like, get right to the stuff. Right. Like, okay, I do this for other things, right? So, help me manage stuff without having to like, go. That's half the reason. Right.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing, we don't, for those particular things, we don't.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we will, now, try to make them one of our technologists, more people. For those.
Yeah.
But even like our clients, it's kind of, so that's where more from.
Yeah, of course. Oh, check out the staff table.
Good talk. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we'll find it tomorrow, I think I have.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely, everybody's getting a Dragon Teeth sticker tomorrow.
Yep, okay.
Well, that was what you.
I don't know. Putting me under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, but I'm usually the one to make the decision, and that's not always. Huh?
I don't want to have to do that.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm trying not to take over for once.
Oh.
Once. Paul, once,
One. One time.
one time. I mean, I've been in New Orleans for what, almost a week now. She's only just come in a couple of days, like yesterday, so.
Why are you looking?
That's what I'm leaving it to her for. I'm leaving it to her. She can decide.
I don't know. I just,
Blake lives here.
Like, yeah. I like it. Free.
You'd be able to find something. You're like,
Oh, yeah. Other than sushi.
Give you a chance to do it. What? Both recycling. Yes. Nope. No. No, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to our last session of the day. We've made it to the end of the first day, other than workshops, that is, but we're in good shape, right? Come on, right? Excellent, excellent. Once again, I am your room host, Shanta, and I'll be guiding you through this last session. We are very happy to have Steve Grabowski with us, who is presenting Destination Full Site Editing, all the steps that, is it Monmouth?
Yes.
Monmouth University took to prepare the future of WordPress. Before we get started, a few reminders. Be ever mindful of our code of conduct. We have moderators who will post information in the chat and monitor discussion. After the session, we encourage you to submit your constructive feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for a door prize. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors. Be sure to visit the sponsors page and check out their services. With that said, let's get started and let's bring in our honored presenter, Steve.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Steve Grabowski, full stack developer for Monmouth University's Marketing and Communications Department. How are we all doing today? Good? All right, fantastic. So thank you for joining me today for Destination Full Site Editing, all the steps that Monmouth University took to prepare for the future of WordPress. As the title suggests, we did indeed prepare for the future of WordPress. Our site now runs with the full site editor, and this starts with our latest theme. If I can get to the slide. Oh, that's a few slides forward. All right. Our latest theme 2022. Guess why we call it that? The web development team prides itself in presenting a modern and easy to use interface for visitors of the university website. This new theme takes full advantage of the screen. You see, we have a nice hero element here, standout text, some navigation. We have a neat little curly brace flourish that tells the reader they can scroll down more where they'll find our very legible fonts, great use of negative space. I'm really happy with what we were able to build here. But my favorite part is the new menu system we created. Our WordPress site is a multi-site implementation, meaning every major department and project gets a site. When the user would visit each individual site in the old theme, it would be tough to get an idea of where you were on the site, the story of the university with the isolated menu. But now that all the menus are connected, all the sites are connected, it's simple to tell where you are. And you can browse pretty much through the entire website using this menu system alone. And like I said, it's rendered with the full site editor. This is on a template in the full site editor, or the site editor as WordPress is calling it. Now, I'm going to keep calling it the full site editor just for this presentation. I apologize to the WordPress team. They officially released the full site editor with version 5.9 in January of 2022. And with it comes no code template creation and editing. Our department is convinced that the rewards of the full site editor will be worth all the trouble it takes to implement. And I'm convinced that full site editing can help everyone here today. Let me show you an example of what I mean. This is our university's giving form. On the left, you'll see what it looks like now. We have a nice sunny image of the campus. As you scroll down, you get a neat little parallax effect that shows you more of our fantastic architecture. On the right is what it could look like in the winter. We get some pretty snowy winters in New Jersey. And if we wanted to show what the university looked like at that point in time, well, just swap out the image, right? Only problem is that that image is part of a template. And if you're in PHP land, you know what this means. Now you got to go into the file. You have to find the code that's calling that image. Then you might have to put an image and take it and put it into the theme folder, deploy it all out. It's a lot of headache for what should be a pretty simple task. But with the full site editor, it is a pretty simple task. You just open the template in WordPress, find the old image, and swap it out using the media library, just like we've been doing with the post editor for more than a decade. That's what it's about, folks. It's about making the complicated effortless. You just hit save, and it saves to WordPress's database. You're done. And this isn't just page templates, it's post templates, it's archive templates, it's even custom post type templates. You can create all of these with the full site editor. And after you create them, you can edit them in the full site editor. And it's all saved via WordPress. No need to push to your repo for simple edits. What this all translates to is a future where approved authors don't need to consult developers for simple edits, be they on a page or in a template. I'm talking approved authors, those authors that you trust enough in order to make those changes. If you don't have any of those, it's just going to be your developers. They're going to save time, like in the example I showed. Now, what this means is that you'll have more time freed up to take on the tougher programming tasks that only your development team can accomplish. So I'm sure this all sounds fantastic, right? I'm sure many developers thought so too, checked out one of the many example themes that are available online, and notice there's template files. And yes, there are still files. It's what you would see as code in the full site editor, but you take that and put it in a file so you can deploy it as part of your theme. But this is HTML. How is HTML powerful enough to do the kind of stuff that we're so used to doing with PHP? Where's the loop? Where's the usual functions like get the ID and get the title? Anyone accustomed to PHP themes no doubt had these questions and plenty of others on their mind when taking a first glance at this sort of code. But if you took the steps that our team did over the past few years, the answers came pretty quickly. In fact, it was one big answer. It's all blocks now. See the commented section of HTML there? That line of code will be the spot where the page's content displays. How did I know that? Because I've seen it before for years now, thanks to our department's work with the block editor, which is an editor for making posts and pages rather than templates, but still drag and drop. If you build anything with the block editor and view the code behind the post, you'll find comment tags like this sprinkled throughout. When the user views such a post on the front end, each comment will be replaced with whatever the block is meant to render. It's the same logic with templates built for the full site editor. Whether we build them using the editor or if they're in one of those HTML files, this is how the code itself will look. So you see, we accidentally prepared for full site editing. Sure, there was a bit more to learn, but we were only paces away from our goal, which was running with a full site editor theme, otherwise known as a block theme. And my hope is that anyone looking to do the same can use our path as a model, going through each of the 4 stages our team did. So step 1, that's dabbling with the block editor, just getting used to what it can do, editing and creating simple posts to complex posts, but as examples, just in order to get a feel for how this works. Then step 2, beginning the transition to the block editor, not the whole site, but a small section of your site, just to get used to the workflow of making posts and pages, as well as to see the benefits that your authors in one of your departments will see by using this editor to make future content. Step 3, as you transition the rest of the site to the block editor, you're going to build custom blocks to handle any necessary tasks for which the block editor is not already equipped. And then the final step, taking everything you've learned through all that work and pushing yourself onward to the full site editing experience. Now, show of hands, who here has dabbled in the block editor? All right, like that. Who has already began their transition of their new content to the block editor? All right, a little less, but still quite a bit. Now, who here has built their own blocks before? Who here has built their own blocks, one last thing to add to that, and put them into production? All right, let's be plain about this. A successful transition to the block editor requires all 3 of these. There's quite a fair bit of work that goes into these goals, but that said, there's no need to rush. It takes time to learn the block editor. Just take everything step by step, but don't take too long. To start at least. In fact, you're going to want to start this as soon as possible, especially if you're one of the millions of developers still using the classic editor, which, by the way, is set to lose support in WordPress in 2024. Maybe. They say 2024 or as long as necessary, and sure, they've shifted the year back a few times, but it's coming. It's clear at some point they intend to end support. Will the same thing happen to classic themes that are those themes that don't support full site editing? No word on that yet, but it's possible. And the way I see it, we should always prepare for the possibility that old systems will wither in the face of their replacements. Why wait for deprecation when we can bite the bullet now and prepare? That way, we can avoid worrying about these potential deadlines and start reaping the benefits of both the block editor and the full site editor. Let's go back to where all this starts. Project Gutenberg. In June of 2017, WordPress announced its replacement for what we now know as the classic editor, moving away from a text-focused writing experience toward the drag and drop editor. Our team began to take notice here. So a bit of a confession, we weren't always a WordPress site. But by this point in 2017, we were in the midst of making the switch over from our old content management system. And a big reason for that was the ease of use that this classic editor provided when it came to making pages with simple text and media. Now, we saw what Gutenberg was potentially going to allow our authors to do, which is make more complicated layouts using a drag and drop system. And given all the time that we could save as developers without having to have them contact us to handle that kind of work, it behooved us to see whether it could deliver. Now, here's what the block editor looks like when you open it. Pretty simple. It looks text-based. After you add your title, it says to type. And when you do that, you get paragraphs. But type / like it's saying, or hit the plus button, and you get a lot of options. Paragraphs, lists, images, videos, tables, but also more interesting blocks like media and text, which allows you to display media and text side by side. Or you can add a column where you can have any sort of blocks side by side, all to make attractive pages with ease. And what's more, when you add any of these elements, it's so simple to change them. The editor displays options to work with what you just added on the right side of the screen and in a toolbar that appears above the block you're working with. For instance, with this image, as you can see, you can edit its alt text, you can change its image size on the right side. And then in the toolbar, you can change things like make it duotone. You can change its alignment. You can go into the media library and swap out the image if you'd like. And when you're done making those edits, it's so easy to drag and drop these elements anywhere you want to rearrange them. What's great is that in this editor, if you add a column block, you can see which column it goes in. And in our experience with Classic Editor, if you looked at the visual side, you couldn't get that level of support. But with this, it's so simple and it's so much fun to work with. So to reiterate, the first step is dabbling. At this point, it's just becoming familiar with the block editor. You should be thinking about how you and your university's authors can make simple pages or complex pages with everything it has to offer. After all, how can you transition your site to something if you don't know what it's capable of? So what did my team think after our dabbling? Well, we were impressed by the system and its potential, but it needed more time in the oven. The experience may look simple now, but that came after years of improvements from the WordPress team. And not for nothing, but the editor was still in a pre-release state. So we held off, but we kept an eye for the official release of the block editor, which would come in November of 2018 with WordPress 5.0. And shortly after that release came our step 2, starting the transition to the block editor. This is where we took our first steps in making Monmouth University's future content exclusively with blocks. But before moving everything over, we wanted to observe the benefits of block building before making the entire switch. My advice, pick the department or area of the university that you believe will have authors who are most receptive to the new editor. On top of that, try and pick an area of the site that you can transition without having to create new blocks at this point. Anything that can't be done with an existing block, you're going to either need to create one of your own or look for a third-party block. How will you know which sites won't need such blocks? Well, thanks to all the dabbling you did in the last stage, you should know what WordPress's core blocks are capable of. For now, pick a site where adding custom blocks won't be necessary. So what was our site for step 2? Monmouth, the magazine of Monmouth University. Now, the magazine team, they put a lot of stock in trying to stay as current as possible. And back for their spring of 2017 issue, they asked us to make a WordPress site to match. In fact, it was one of our university's first WordPress sites. So we thought, hey, what better place to start this transition than one of our first WordPress websites, as well as for a team that is looking to stay ahead of the curve. After all, what's more ahead of the curve than the future? And what's more is that the magazine also existed a little bit outside of the aesthetic of the university at large, which meant we were free to experiment a little bit more without having to worry about the core visual identity guidelines of Monmouth University. And all told, in February of 2019, the magazine site became the first site to completely support the block editor. And since then, the magazine team has laid out their online articles without needing to reach out to us developers nearly as often. The web team used to spend hours assisting them for each issue. Just this last issue, I only spent minutes, a dramatic improvement for both authors and developers. Now, for some folks, their first site might not need any additional blocks like I suggested. If your pages are simply a matter of displaying text and images, you'll most likely be fine. It turns out our team did have a bit more on our plate than we anticipated. We did need to build a few more blocks at this stage, but thankfully, the only blocks we had to build proved rather uncomplicated. They were mostly text-based with nothing that needed to interact with other parts of the website. You'll see here, not shown here, we have the hero, which is headlines, bylines, and one media element. We also had this aside block, which is you have a title and you have text, and that will appear to the side of the main body of the article at that point. They wanted an easy way to just drag and drop it without having to worry about styling it. The same thing was true for question and answer for our interview articles. Rather than trying to make it so that, they have to contact us in order to style the question and answer sections, we made a block for them so they can just drag and drop it right in. The point here is that if it's not possible to avoid choosing a site to make your own, that you don't need to make your own blocks with, pick the one that's going to be the simplest to build blocks for. Typically, these will be text and images. Speaking of building blocks, step 3, building blocks. Eventually, you will encounter a site where you need customized blocks. After making enough straightforward blocks, you might encounter situations that require more complicated blocks, especially if they'll rely on data from remote sources like the REST API. Whether your blocks be simple or complex, your goal here is to make every block you'll need to produce all future content with the new editor. What goes into building a block? Unfortunately, we don't have time to cover everything, but let's focus on one big thing. So, exercise time. Let's say your school will host a conference with presenters coming from different schools to showcase their work throughout the day. Sounds familiar, right? You'll be making a site to summarize each of these presentations. And sure, you could just write it all out as headers and paragraphs, but you realize a block will allow you to drop in something with more consistent styling and formatting. without having to worry too much afterwards. So let's think about what data we'll need. Obviously, we'll need a title, we'll need a description. These will be sentences or something similar, so we'll need strings for those. We'll also want to highlight if it's a standout presentation, like a keynote. So we'll have a featured attribute, true or false. Is it featured or not? It's a Boolean. What other pieces of data might we be trying to collect for a presentation? This is the part where
The name of the speaker.
that's correct.
or presenter.
Yeah, we'll need a byline block for sure. Anyone else? Title? Okay. True. The reason, I'm sorry? Absolutely. The school they're from, that's a big one. And those would be strings, I imagine. The reason I ask this is because these attributes, these pieces of data are going to be your starting point for building any block. Every block starts with configuration in two required formats, one in JavaScript and one in PHP. And in both files, you'll need to supply an attributes property. This is where you're going to describe your data. You list its name, you list its type, our string and Boolean example. You can list default values for them. Everything is in the documentation for that. The point is, after you do this, the rest of your code is most likely going to revolve 99% of the time around these attributes. You're going to need to determine how to display them in the editor. You'll need to code how you allow your authors to manipulate the attributes. After that portion, you need to display them in the front end. You'll need to figure out a way to render them. You're going to maybe either show what the attributes are in the front end, or maybe you'll have it interact with the REST API to pull in information from another part of the site. It's all a lot, but the point is, before you get to any of that, you need to know what data you're going to be working with. So let's talk about what my team accomplished following this block building thought process. In 2019, we began making the block editor the default editor across the entire university site. We poured over the entire website to figure out what blocks we needed to author pages exclusively with blocks. How did we determine which blocks to make? Well, a good candidate would be any common feature that we would need to code with CSS, HTML, JavaScript, rather than typing it all out or having a file and copying and pasting it into whatever article we had. It would just be a matter of dragging and dropping it from the full site editors, the block editors library list. Another thing we would want to replace would be shortcodes. Who here loves shortcodes? Do we have shortcode fans in the audience? A few hands. You're going to be block fans soon enough. The thing is, shortcodes are these little pieces of code, these little snippets and square brackets. And normally they get replaced with some snazzy feature on the front end. You'll have your sliders, you'll have your image galleries. It's great for adding dynamic content with the classic editor, but it's not so great for authors. It's a bit unwieldy. I'll show you an example. This is one of the shortcodes we created in the past, the accordion block. Now, I know I said it was square brackets, but you could also get a plugin to make a user interface. Even with this, it was still tough to use. If you wanted to add an accordion, you needed to open up a pop-up to display all the shortcodes. Then you needed to hit the accordion button. And then from there, you would have the option to change your title. You could add in all of the text that you would need for the accordion. Then you'd have to hit save. It's a lot of steps. And then if you needed to put it somewhere else in the article, well, you could either look at the code and drag and drop it there. But if you're not code friendly, if you don't know what you're doing with the code side of things, it's tough to tell where it's going. And if you're looking at the visual editor and the classic editor, again, it's tough to tell where it lands, especially if it's a multi-column layout. But that problem solved if you build a block for the accordion. It's so much simpler now. You can just drag and drop it anywhere. And because of the full site, because of the block editor's support for columns, you can easily see where it lands. And what's more, in this instance, we were able to make the fields readily visible, no having to jump through multiple windows in order to add this content. Once you build enough blocks, you'll become comfortable with bringing in more powerful features. Best example I have would be the contact block we built. This block grabs information from our employee directory site and prints it out no matter which site the user is on. It will automatically display faculty and staff's details, all styled and linked, along with a headshot. We knew we'd have to create this block since it would replace an older shortcode we deployed, and that shortcode proved painful to work with. We would start on one site and then we have to open an editor in another, find the directory entry, load that up, go into the address bar for the ID, copy that, paste it into the short code. It was a headache. No more headache with the block editor. We could alleviate that. This time we made it so the page's author could just type the person's name in and the block would autocomplete using results from the directory site's REST API route. Find the employee you want and select them. That's it. Far less time consuming for the author. For us, it was a little bit challenging. We had to figure out how to get the REST API to work within the JavaScript for the block. But by this point, we built enough blocks that we were ready to take on this challenge. Thankfully, my prior experience with block building came into play here, as did WordPress's documentation. And as with all skills, repetition is the key to mastery. And once you've mastered block building, you'll finally be prepared, no doubt, to start moving your theme to the full site editor. As a reminder, full site editing revolves around blocks. Anything that includes templates built with blocks is known as a block theme. How do you make a block theme? Well, in the root of your theme folder, you make another folder called templates. Then you make a file in there called index.html. Congratulations, you now have a block theme. Of course, now comes all the work, but not so much work if you've taken the steps I provided. With that file added, you're now going to see different spots where you can enter the full site editor. One in the admin bar, there's one in the appearances section of the admin dashboard. And when you follow that link, you're going to find a number of new blocks made exclusively for templating. You're going to find here your blocks like your query loop, you'll find your featured image, and remember this, the post content block from earlier. Whether you drop it into the editor or include it directly in an HTML template file, this is what the block will look like as code. It's the post content block with a layout attribute. That's that object you see in the comment there. In other words, when WordPress renders a post or a page with this specific block, the content will load with what that attribute is saying, a constrained layout. The block editor also makes headers, footers, and other repeatable sections hassle-free, especially compared to PHP. In full site editing, these are known as template parts, and you can add them to your themes as HTML files or create them in the editor itself. No need to rewrite these sections of code for every block template you create. Either call the template part like the block code shown here, or just drag and drop them as blocks into the editor. You can create headers, footers, and any other template part in the full site editor, and just simply drag and drop them when you're ready to use them. Now, even with all the simplicity, replacing all of your PHP code with blocks might sound daunting. Thankfully, you don't need to conquer every file right away. WordPress gives you the option to use PHP templates alongside block templates. This is what's known as a hybrid theme, and it's the approach we use for a few of our sites. As the screenshot on this slide shows, you'll see that we have a PHP template alongside our HTML templates. This is for our directory site, which the archive template in PHP there, that's going to display all of our employees in our archive section. Why did we go this route? You know how deadlines are. We needed to get our 2022 theme done in 2022, actually before the fall semester started that year. Eventually, we will get to this file, but thankfully, we didn't have to hold off the launch of our new design to get started with full site editing. It's not all or nothing. You can convert your templates at whatever pace you find necessary. Now, why go through all these earlier steps if these blocks allow you so much ability with templating? Why just not get started with full site editing from the get-go? Well, the reason is eventually you're going to need to know how to make your blocks. Not eventually, I should say at the very start. Who here has a campus alert system on their website? Quite a number of hands here, more than half, most I would say. Now, the thing is, everyone who just raised their hands here, if you go full site editing, you're going to need a block for every template you create with the full site editor just for displaying your active alerts. But thankfully, when you build enough blocks, that's the easy part. All you're doing is creating a block that just tells WordPress where to load those alerts. Going further, knowing how to build blocks will allow you to add more exciting features to your block themes. Remember the interconnected menus I mentioned earlier? This is composed of two blocks, the supernav block and the breadcrumbs block. If we just jumped right into full site editing at this point, who knows how many hours we'd have to spend just to understand how to add them to the theme. For us, the block aspect of these features was the quickest part to handle. Because of our prior work with the block editor and the skills we acquired from building out blocks before, we knew how to add them to the theme already. This allowed us to put our focus on the tougher task of actually connecting all the site menus together and creating the render function, which is a PHP function. The block is simply saying where to render the PHP function, where to call the PHP function rather. In fact, for each theme block we created, we spent more time on the feature that these blocks would render rather than the block itself. This is all thanks to our prior experience working with the block editor. We didn't know how useful all of that block building would be for full site editor, but if you follow the steps that Monmouth University took, building out your theme blocks will be close to second nature. Thank you. So, an addendum. For folks here who want to begin this journey, let's focus on what you'll need to start. Like I said, I can't cover everything here today, but the WordPress documentation offers most of the information you'll need. Where it doesn't, you can look at the source code to find what you need. And further, there are fantastic tutorials online that you can find on places like fullsiteediting.com, kinsta.com, csstricks.com. I have links to my favorites in the presentation's description. I should mention, too, you'll need some knowledge of React. You don't need to come in here as a React guru, but the more React you know, the further you'll be able to take your blocks. But surface level is fine enough understanding. Beyond that, I strongly recommend learning the new standard of JavaScript that is ES6 if you have not yet done so. You'll find arrow functions and array methods will make your life so much easier building these blocks. Also, use JSX. It will make laying out your blocks a cinch. And last, you'll need to find a way to transpile your ES6 and JSX code. This means allowing it to run in as many browsers as possible. We use Babel and Webpack to accomplish this, but other build systems like Gulp and Make will get the job done. Why should you learn all this? Tell me, which looks easier to read and debug, the JSX and ES6 on the left or the plain JavaScript on the right? It's the JSX and ES6 on the left. You don't have to answer the question. Now, creating a bundler system to do all this might prove complicated. I want you to be able to start building blocks right away. So I created a free WordPress plugin for all of you. My hope is that you can use this as a starter development environment for building your blocks. Out of the box, it has a Webpack implementation that will use Babel to make your block code run in the browser. I also have two example blocks, one for the block editor and one for the full site editor. And both of these have files with copious amounts of comments to explain how everything works. There's a link for that right in the description of this presentation. So if you do decide to start taking these steps, I hope you'll find that my guidance and my plugin will help you along the way. That was the real ending. Thank you all for coming to my presentation today. Once again, my name is Steve Grabowski, full stack developer for Monmouth University. I'll take any questions you have.
Big round of applause. Thank you so much. That was really informative, even for somebody like myself who has not delved into that. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to use the microphone up here and we'll take any questions.
All right, there, now it's on. One question did come in from the internet about whether or not you've looked into using the WordPress scripts package for part of the build process.
I imagine that's the one where you can go in the command line and create the blocks. And is that the one that they're referring to?
Yeah. I mean, that's not the question, but yes.
So in truth, we did start this process a little early. We knew there was a scaffolding script in the beginning. We didn't find too much success with it, but I hear it's gotten a lot better over the years, and I would definitely recommend trying that out. That's a great solution.
A lot of other presenters have talked about ACF for building blocks. Just want your thoughts on that.
So we actually were using ACF before our blocks in order to make some of our custom post type editing experiences. By the time we started building blocks, I don't believe the ACF blocks plugin was available. I hear that's also a good solution, but I don't have too much experience. I don't have any experience working with that plugin, but I have heard that it's worked great for many people. If you're looking for a way to build custom blocks, that's a good solution. I personally prefer having as much ability to customize these blocks as possible. So I find taking the few steps to learn ES6, JSX, some minor React here and there, I think all of that work will go a long way.
Oh, sure.
Well, thanks for a great presentation.
Thank you.
I was just curious why you didn't involve any patterns or reusable blocks or any other things. Why did you stay with all?
Mostly
making?
time. I wanted to make sure I was able to do this in the 30 minutes, but block patterns and all of those, everything that is offered through the new full site editor theme is fantastic. We do use block patterns on our site. They come into play often. Our authors find great use of them. Yeah, fantastic tool. Absolutely. But again, don't really have enough time to cover everything, but yes.
A question about the staff page, that archive that you talked about briefly. Andy wanted to know online if the university site is also using WordPress. Was that the API you were able to pull from, or was that a separate non-WordPress API that you consumed into WordPress?
So it's interesting. It's a bit of both. We do have a database that has some faculty and staff member information, and we use that as the source of truth for certain things. What we do is for their name, for their title, we can pull in that information from that database, which we do about 4 times a day. But a lot of the information there is also exclusive to WordPress, like the biographies and certain other bits of information. So it's a combination of the two. But when we call it in, we're pretty much calling in that information from WordPress. The directory is composed of WordPress and that database, but we're specifically pinging WordPress to grab that information for the block.
Give another round of applause, please.
Thank you.
And that wraps up our session. Please use chat, social media, and our 2023 attendees Slack channel to thank our amazing presenters. You can also use that channel if you want to continue any conversation or have any follow-up questions. Please take a minute to submit your constructive session feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for a door prize. The link for feedback is located on the event page. The session was recorded and will be posted to the WP Campus Learning in the near future. This is the last session, so there's a little bit more added. This is our last session of the day. We hope you will be joining us tonight at game night at 8:30 over in Barbara Greenbaum House. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. for a light breakfast. And we'll start our day with the WP Campus President, our very own Dash, for this year's community chat. Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, everyone, today.